Good morning, good morning, good morning! This is a phrase I've not used. Actually, I don't think I've used that phrase at all on any of my streams so far in over a year. I've not used good morning so far. Hello there, Fire Razor. How are you doing? How's it going? Also, I'm lit a little bit differently because I'm using my window for a change, because it is so blooming bright and clear out there. It really is, and I just realised how dirty my glasses are. But yes, today we've got our solo vanilla world later on, but right now, because we're up so early, bear in mind it's 10:30 in the morning, we're going to get started with some coding learning for scenario, because I don't know coding except for one very specific program that about 3 companies use. You have good weather it's probably because there's no cars around, so there's no smoke to fill it. No, I don't know. Yeah, we bizarrely have rather good weather in Britain at the moment. It's very sunny and clear. In fact, I know it doesn't look it, but it is bright and clear. And yes, I do live in the attic. Blue sky. Oh gosh, what's happened here? Uh-oh. I done broke it. I done broke it. Maybe I shouldn't have exposed it to such high levels. Let's try that. Resetting it. Oh no! We've torn it! It was working. I shouldn't have done anything. I mean, the other option is we just get rid of the green screen and let it go for a bit without the green screen. In fact, I'm going to try that. I'm going to see what happens. Bear with me. Just because I'm curious. Since this isn't a normal stream time, I'm just going to play around a little. Boo. That's probably still going to be a little weird, I must admit. That's all my clean washing I haven't put away. That bit looks a little dark. Let's go with that. You're getting a real treat here, Fire Razor. Watching me mess around with my room. How was the colour on that? Green screen effect might be a little weird. It'd be good if we could just turn them off without deleting them. Let's remove it. Oh wow, now we're bright actually. It's 7.83. Now I'm just fuzzy. Great. Perfect. Perfect. Better like this, less pixelated. So this is actually better for you, is it? I wonder how it is with the juggling. Like, how does the juggling compare? Because if this is actually better, I might start using this in the future. To be quite honest, if it's no blur stuff. Because if this is better, obviously I might have to do something about how bright that is. How bright the outside world is. In fact, that might make enough of a difference. Or does it? No, it just focuses the light even more. Double chin. How about that? Is that better? Nope, that's worse. How about that? Because what I've done is I've put my little bright light on over there. Like that. Okay. We'll go with that. We'll go with that for now. So, what I was actually going to get started with was, let's see if other people think differently later. Yes, it is going to be strange going from green screen to this, I must admit. Because I've had my camera green screened ever since I started using a camera, to be quite honest. Because I've had this green screen for... oh, how long have I had it? I think I was... it must have been... I think I've had the green screen for about 8 or 9 years now. Yeah, something like that. 8 or 9 years I've had this green sheet, and I've never used it for anything until last year when I started streaming. But anyway, let's get into this. Also, if you think this needs to be removed whilst we're on this style of camera, let me know. I'm gonna have to keep my room nice and clean. Well, technically, all I need to do is keep that part of my room nice and clean, because you can only see up to there, can't you? I need to get something for that. In fact, I've got a couple of bits and pieces I could put up there. Hello there, Nurstin. How are you doing? But no, you are right. I'm going to have to keep my room nice and clean. In fact, I do have an untidy book called The Houses of Mankind that my dad was getting rid of. Paint your wall in green. And it is from 1979. And it's got all sorts of interesting houses in here, to be fair. I mean, look. It's got some interesting... oh, wow, that does not show up well. There we go. There's another one. But yeah, that doesn't show up particularly well. Anyway, I'll put that there. So let's get on with what we actually started with. Okay, and the other question is music. Music. Are we alright with my pretzel rocks music stuff? Or do we want something different for a change? Do you know what? I'm going to take this thing down quickly. I'm going to put my code up on the screen. Window capture. Notepad. The name is already in use. Really? Where? Oh, right there. Well, that is the code. Maybe I should put me on top, come to think of it. Just so I don't get hidden behind all of the code. And I'm going to put the alerts on top as well, so they don't get hidden. So, this is the little bit of code I've been working on, which is what allows us to... Oh, I need to make it so that I can switch between. I'm just going to quickly set up a key for turning Notepad++ on and off. Just a little hotkey. Because being able to use that is going to be handy. Notepad++. It's easy. The syntax is very similar to other languages. Yes, I'm actually doing all right with it. The main thing I'm struggling with is what I need to use to call various bits and pieces and finding how to do things. But we have managed to get it to the point where we can step on a pad and it will do a thing, and step off the pad and it'll do a different thing. Oh, and the two bits of code you can see. The one on the left, which I'm actually using my right, but the one on the left is the updated code that Cybermarla has posted in the Discord channel, and this one is the one I started with, that we managed to get to the other night at 5 in the morning. What are available functions? Always a problem in every language. Yes, the problem I'm having at the minute with this code is I can't, for some bizarre, annoying reason, I cannot get this bit to work. I can't get on initialization to work, and I can't figure out why. Because all it says, you should just be able to run the script, and it do it. Because it's on initialization. But anyway, I'm going to quickly take this down. I'll be 2 seconds. Or at least, I'll put it out of the way. Anyway. Just so the green isn't in the way. I'm not breaking anything, honest. Also, I am editing in Notepad++. Oh, I'm actually really quite shiny now. Now that I've got rid of that barrier to the sun. Do you know what? Having that open doesn't really make much of a difference, does it? It's still too shiny. Although... So what happens if we open it the whole way? Am I too shiny? Okay, so I've got it so I can turn on and off Notepad at the click of a button, or 3 buttons. Maybe if I get a little closer. I do have one more option. I have a diffuser of sorts. Yeah, I've got a proper softbox diffuser that I could just put over the window. Although that might be tricky. No, that is too shiny, even for me. Stay like this. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't like doing these changes on stream. I always make a mess. Anyway. Okay, so for some reason I cannot get this this on initialization to start. Now, I have been looking at the team production to get the information I need for this. I have managed to get it so that this team list information can be passed from here. However, I can't get it to be set up as a function, so I have to define it just as a team list. Come back, clouds will come back soon anyway. Well, that's true. Although it is perfectly clear and it's actually quite painful to look at. Just out into the blue sky. Okay. But we do have... By the way, if you are struggling to see this, do let me know and I'll make it a little bit bigger. Or zoom in on it. In fact, I might just zoom in on it anyway. So, yeah. On initialization as a function should work. And because that's what the wiki says. But I cannot get it to be always day, for example. Now, always day is set there as well. And I know that game.surfaces exists because if we go into here, let's just hide that for a second. If we go into more colors, which is the one that was working, it comes up and we can change teams and whatnot very, very fast. But if we leave it long enough, it will go to night. So whilst it is going to night, I'm going to look at doing something. Why does it do that? Properties. Let's just fiddle around with this. Seem to have broken something. Whatever, I guess we'll just have to keep it on the small screen. It doesn't like being on the big screen. But if we leave this long enough, it will go to night. In the meantime, what I'm going to try and do is incorporate some of this that Cybermarla figured out the other day. To try and use that instead of fixed colours. Well, we're about to hit night anyway. You'll just see a torch appear just below my cursor any moment. But anyway, we're gonna do this. But I want to... There it goes. There's the torch. See how it has gone to night. And I don't know why. I don't know why on initialization is not working. But yeah, this bit should allow us to work out. It should allow us to work out the tile that someone is stood on, and thereby we can get the colour of the tile. But the question is, I want to be able to... Oh, sorry. Hello there, Dave. Oh, yeah, wrong button. Sorry. This bit. So this is the new bit. And it gets the colour of the, well, it gets the tile colour. And I can demonstrate that working in the version of Cyber Marlers. Because it prints, tutorial has colour, blah blah blah. Joined green, green has colour, thing. And just because of the way it works, that's why it's processing it every second. I'd need to incorporate it into this code. Somehow. Actually, that's a good point, we could check. So red actually has different settings. Interesting. There's different RGB values to the ones that are defined. So at the minute, all the objective is much like with team production. We want to be able to. I'm just going to cut off that because it keeps beeping every second. We want to be able to allow a player to be in a spawn area or what have you and stand on an area and change to that team. Change to that team colour and whatnot. And it is mostly learning, I will admit, that we're trying to do at the moment. And we've managed to get it so it only actually updates the player once. Not once every tick. But it is instantaneous with the ticks. And the idea that we're trying to do is get the definition of, get the information of the current tile that the person is stood on. I don't like this lighting. Hang on. I feel too shiny. There we go. That's a little better. Let me get comfortable. So yeah, the idea is to allow players to pick a team by standing on the colour. But we want to do it as easily as we can. And that will then give us the starting point to make actual scenarios. Like we've managed to get it to this point, but the next thing we need to do is make it so that we can have a config file that is easy to update, much like the team production has. Maybe over-engineering this and pop up a GUI when a player joins. Well, that was the other thing I wanted to learn as well, is how to pop up a GUI. Which I've seen does happen. I can probably learn it from this, potentially. But we have it at this point. In fact, to be honest, the aim today is to make it so that it doesn't go to night. So, essentially, get this on initialization to be always day equals true, much like on initialization, always day equals true. But I can't get this on initialization to work, and I don't know why. Because I followed what it says in the tutorial thing on the wiki. I've followed what other people have questioned, and I can't get it to work. It should just be the name of the script on initialization equals function. Game surface is always day equals true. End. Part of the problem is it's not even registering that this is trying to do anything. It just isn't. I honestly cannot answer why. So if anyone happens to know that, If anyone knows what I'm missing. Because on initialization doesn't exist anywhere else. So it's not as if it's a defined thing or it's called elsewhere. It just happens. And that's what the wiki says. It just happens on the initialization of the map. I've also tried on load. That doesn't seem to do anything either. Unless... maybe because it is already initialized. There is only one surface on this. And yes, I'm certain we're on surface 1 as well, because we initially had our scripted areas, in fact there it is, scripted areas set to 1 on the game surface. That's also how I know we're on surface 1. But if I show you the scenario in map editor, I tried to load the wrong one. Oh no, doesn't like it. Interesting, I've got this error now when trying to load it. Uninit should trigger when you start a new scenario rather than load a saved game. Exactly, that's what I thought, but it doesn't seem to be doing anything. But I do have this, which has never popped up before. Oh, it's because I've added the on-load part. Which I've not... which shouldn't be a thing. Yeah, no. Yeah, so this is the map that I've put together. It does look like Team Production because I've made it look like Team Production. Where am I looking? So, we have all of these areas. Oh, sorry, notepad in the way. I need to work out if you can make it switch source. Or at least switch which is in front. When I switch. So we have all of these different areas pre-scripted to try and keep it simple while we're learning. And very obviously named. We've even got the neutral one, which is everything else. Now the whole point of doing the other bit that Cyber was doing was to get rid of the neutral and the orange, purple, red, green, etc. But before we do that, I want to make it so that it's doing a thing on initialization. But it just isn't. Just isn't. New game. And it goes to night. I've tried putting things in here to check whether it's working. I don't know if log will actually work, come to think of it. Yep. Doesn't register. The other way to do that would be game.print. Doesn't print, so it doesn't initialize. Yes, on the Discord, in the Factorio scenario creation, there is Cybermala's at the latest post, which has the check tile colour part, and then before Church Organist's picture of all of the worms, which is quite amusing, there is the latest, or was the latest version of the code for the more colours scenario. Although I'm not sure it has this always day part. Is there an obvious code loading order? Well, not from what I can work out, because what we've got in here, in the team production, which is just part of the generic Factorio scenarios, in the team production, it just defines the script, which we've done. It then goes on to do events before the initialization, which we've done previously as well. It then goes on to nth tick, which we have also done previously ourselves. And then it loads, has on initialization. I mean, does the init should be placed at the start of the document or somewhere else? Well, no, that's what I mean. It shouldn't be, because it doesn't seem to even get, because this is working fine. The team production works fine as part of the problem. So we've done things, we've laid it out the same as already exists. We've saved it, and then if we quit, single player, new game, play, it didn't do an initialization because it didn't say anything. And I can't see what we've done differently, just in terms of using the onInit, because that isn't within any other function within this. You've just got that for loop and that for loop, and then you've got on initialization, but we're not getting anything out of this. We're not even getting the print test. It defines it as a local thing from game surfaces, though. The issue at the minute isn't that it's struggling with the game.surfaces part. It doesn't matter about that at the minute. It's just getting the actual on initialization to work. That's the part. Got to go, but team production does seem to set a global team production. No idea why that might fix it. I mean, we can try it, but again, part of the problem is that it's just not even getting into here. It's not that it's struggling with game, for example. Let's try it anyway. Obviously I'll need to change it from team production, but let's try it. Whoops, there's my morning alarm. See, the problem is it's just not even getting into the script. And looking at the Lua.api, the Lua-api.factorio, I'll actually show that as well. Let's see what these are doing. Let's get rid of this window capture because it's not doing anything. We'll get rid of that window capture. Add window capture, Chrome. Lua Bootstrap. I'm gonna have to bring that over here as well, aren't I? So, what I'm reading is this bit. Register a callback to be run on mod initialization. This is called once when a new game is created or once when a save file is loaded that previously didn't contain the mod. This is always called before other event handlers and is meant for setting up initial values that a mod will use for its lifetime. When has the wiki been updated? That is a good question, actually. It does say 18.15. Although that might just refer to the fact... In fact, that is the latest. That might just refer to the fact that the current version is 18.15. Let me just swap a couple of things over. Oh, wait, hang on. That's messed things up, hasn't it? Properties. I'll switch to that one. Go back to the Lua Bootstrap one. Rather than my dashboard. Yep, we've got a control.lua file, which in theory is set up the same as the team production one. So I shall show you that one by hiding Chrome. Here it is, team production. And event handler is actually just a native part of the Factorio scripts. But we do have a control.lua. And that's the most annoying part, is that I've taken basically from team production what should work, and it just isn't. Like, all of this seems to work. Because actually I wonder what happens if we do take out something like that and see and break it on purpose and see what happens. Yeah, now it's just not telling us that we've joined a team, for example. It's not changing our colour. So clearly it needs that to do anything. So it is using the control.lua. So we can confirm that because, as you can see, we've just joined neutral. Green, neutral. Ugh. Going back to the Lua bootstrap stuff. I don't know what's going on with it, to be honest. Let's try passing nil. Let's see if that breaks anything. Yep. Name or ... expected near nil. On line 78. Well, it's forcing it to be nil. Hang on, I wonder if I can change it so that we can still see what's going on. Can we change the way this stacks? How do we make it not columns but horizontal? Oh, I don't know. Let's just keep it so that you can kind of see what's going on as well. So at the minute we're just trying to get it to be on initialization. That's all I want to fix at the minute. I just want anything in here to do something. Like, I don't even know if that's needed, because that wasn't needed before. But as you can see, we're not getting anything out of it. Also, good morning, Ardo. How are you doing? So at the minute we have it where it changes the person's colour and such when they go to a certain area. But I want to be able to do some things on initialization, but I can't get the initialization to work. And I cannot figure out why, because as far as I can tell, I'm doing it the same way as the tutorial on the wiki is telling me, as the way Team Production is doing it. But is it possible the on init is loaded with Factorio? That is a possibility, I suppose, but that would be very bizarre. But let's try it. Got to wait for it to do its syncing. Looks like an instance code, meaning it'll run on every scenario. Yeah, no, it doesn't need to be on complete initialization. I'm just going to try something drastic at this point. It didn't say hi. Let's see if it does say hi at any point. No, it doesn't say hi at any point. So even with the team production one, it doesn't seem to do anything there. Note: until unedit has finished executing for a given mod, scenario scripts are also counted as a mod. The game will not raise any game events for that mod. So how does it manage it, if I've understood that correctly, how does it manage to do always day set to true? Oh. Yeah, it's always day in the production challenge. No, I think I've just realised what it might be. I think it might be that it is doing this, but because I don't think that game.surfaces exists, but it does exist here. Because it's generating the map here, where we're not. The map is already pre-generated for us, whereas this one makes it itself. That could be it. That could actually just be it. Can I try it? I don't know how to make an area. I don't know how to do map generation, sorry. If this is it, it's in the logical order of what you wanted anyway. Yes, it is. Well, in that case, well, I know that print doesn't work there anyway, so I'm going to get rid of that. But I am instead going to try and make our surface. We are going to have to So does that pre-generate like a 10 by 10 a 10 area. If so, that's interesting. I am basically just copying this at this point. But if it means I get an understanding, then that is what it takes. Hello there, Jan. How are you doing, Codemaster-wise? Well, certainly not Codemaster. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm guessing at what I'm doing, to be quite honest. You're good? Good, good, good. Yeah, a little word of advice. Don't have someone else's stream in the background of your stream unless you are on stream with them. It's not always liked by people. So just be careful about that. Didn't know you could hear that. Yeah, we could hear it. Probably because it was coming through your audio, your desktop audio. It will come through. Whatever you can hear, we can hear. Is often the case, unless you've managed to set up a very, very specific sound throughput. Where you've been able to separate it out and whatnot. Let's go for 1000. Still new to this? Yeah, that's fine. You didn't know until you were told, so it's not a problem. Height equals 1000. Just go with that. Surface dot map gen settings equals settings. I thought you wanted it personally. For x equals minus chunk size, do for y minus chunk size for x equals oh I see, so that returns it back to the origin point. I get it. We have a vague idea of what we want to create, but I would like to learn how to actually do that. At the minute, I'm doing that by kind of working logically forwards, like the next step, the next step, and the next step. But I need to learn how Lua works, because I've never used Lua. The only code I have used is for a program called Quadient, which is a very, very niche program. Just listen because of entertainment. Yeah. Well, I think we still need to define the surface, and I think that because we know that we know that the 0 point is going to be right at the start anyway, I think we can go ahead and just skip some of this for the time being, just to try and get it working. Oh yeah, Kano, if you know any Lua coding, do offer it up, as it would be very much appreciated. So that would be zero defines Let's just try that. You barely know any Lua. Fair enough. You'll probably know more than I do, but I do appreciate that it's not easy to assist with just basic Lua. Chunk generated status dot entities. Like the way I learn, I must admit, is by seeing existing code, picking it apart, getting it to a point where I can get it working, and then kind of building on it gradually, learning bit at a time. Hello, S-Dog. Oh, you're allowed to copy paste some codes, you know? Yeah, I know, but I like typing it out because then I will actually learn it. You know? You know? So let's try that. Let's see what on earth happens. So now we're just going to wait to see if it goes tonight. Would you like help putting the code in a GitHub repository? Potentially. Potentially. What was that speed up thing? /c game.speed 10? Equals 10. Damn it, it's going tonight. C game.speed equals 1. Wait for it to get back to day. Whatever. The game speed I don't really care about at this point. But even that didn't get it to do the bloody onload, the uninitialization. Actually, did we restart? Yeah, we did, didn't we? Okay, so uninitialization is really not working. Okay, I'm gonna forget the always day thing. And I'm just gonna work on trying to get it to create this in script, which is what team production does do as well. So we're gonna skip the always day part until we've got the map generation going. We'll come back to that later. That is future me's problem. No, game surfaces 0 is not the one. Because we're using script areas game surfaces 1 to get the areas that we've pre-scripted. Remove the pre-made map gen in your stuff. Also, there is another issue I'm having. Although the other issue is that I can't get the setup config to work, but that's because we can't get it to do on initialization. I'm just going to clean that up a little. But in its basic form, this does kind of work. Because it does allow a player to go onto an area and change team/color. Remove the pre-made map gen in your stuff. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Do you mean remove this bit? Or do you mean remove this bit? So bit 1 or bit 2? I probably do have to remove the pre-made map. But first I need to work out how to actually generate a map. Is part of the problem. Because it looks like the make coloured areas is like that. They have a function for coloured area. Yeah, they make the coloured areas as far as I can tell. If so, you have your scenarios. It's this bit that I need to do. This bit I'm unsure about. Well, we've got the teams. Yeah, the spawn offset per team. But the question I have is that per... Is that a chunk that it's offset? That's what I'm curious about. Good morning, church. How are you doing? How are you doing this morning? How are things? Let's see if there's an offset here. Been wrestling with combinators, trying to make a flashing light. Nice. I'm trying to do any code for this Lua thing. Now we can't get on initialization to work, so I've moved on. You could launch the game from console to get some mod feedback. You can make the light flash, but it only stays on for 1 tick. Oh. How do you launch from console? Yes, I'm using game.print to output in various places. Just open a terminal and launch the Factorio.exe. Open a terminal? I like my coding knowledge is limited. I don't know how to do coding not in a certain program or in Notepad++, I should point out. Like, I don't know how people normally script. It's part of the problem as well. Where's that pop? Opening a terminal isn't particularly easy in Windows 10. What's a terminal? This is how little I actually know. Oh, it's CMD. Oh, a command prompt, as I know it. Question is, how do you run it if you're running it through Steam? Let's have a Google. Factorio open via CMD. Answer to that is don't run it through Steam. Okay. I think I'm just going to stick with what I do know for now. I'll do the terminal stuff another time. Use a standalone installation. Yeah, I'll have to get a standalone installation, but I won't do that right now. So currently what I'm trying to do is in this code, I want to start doing a similar thing to what Team Production does, where it draws the color areas itself. Which I'm just about to start doing. But yeah, part of the problem we were having, and then we skipped, was because on initialization wasn't doing anything. Like it wasn't even going, it didn't even seem to be going into on initialization. In fact, I know of a way to test it. To test if it's even going in. I've just realized. Let's just test, do that, see what breaks. You don't really see the usefulness of that, as most of the time we'll be using specialist maps created in the map editor. Well, what I mean, well, the reason I want to do it like this is it means that when we then can learn, or at least I can then learn how to generate a map, so that we don't have to spend hours and hours and hours crafting each time, and we can pass it on to other people, and then we can get a different scenario every time, a different map every time, and we don't have to be quite so specific. Yeah. But yeah, it's something I'd like to learn, because it means that we then can use this for other things. it's easy, you just use the command line commands to create a map, but in Lua. I don't know the command line commands is part of the problem. That's the thing, I'm learning. Yeah. So we did open the config. Although we didn't call it. Data. I think that's the only place it needs to go. It's not that I don't like reinventing the wheel, it's that I like to understand why the wheel works, so that I can then use it properly. I can then use it and understand how to make it effectively change. I like understanding why it works. If you want to understand what each part of the code is doing, just delete one line at a time. Make the wheel more wheelish. Well, exactly, yeah. If everyone did everything the same just because it had already been done once, nothing would ever change. Let's put it that way. Try getting married twice. That would require me getting married once. Script data is a nil value. It didn't even go into the thing. No, well, we don't have a surface at the minute. This is just erroring on this point because team list or scripted data is a nil value because it's not being passed through here. On initialization just isn't doing anything, it seems. From what I can tell. It didn't even error in here. So I'm getting a little confused. Oh, sorry, I forgot. That's why. That might also help. Nope, script data is still nil because it never even made it in. Is this on initialization stuff? It's just not working for me. And I cannot figure out why. Or at the very least, it's not bringing anything back. Bananas. Like, that should throw an error before it even gets to line 5. It doesn't like my on initialization thing. And I do not know why. I've done that. Even when you put a log statement in the team production one on initialization, it doesn't do anything with it. Because even when we had that bit in that sets it to a global, it didn't like it. Like, it's not even trying to do this. So if I do that, for example, it's not even going in there. Like, it still gets stuck at line 5. But this should happen first. This should happen before any of that happens. Are you sure the player is initialized before your other stuff? Oh, no, sorry. Okay, I should make it clear. Register player is the name of the scenario. So that is the name of the whole thing. So, for example, it's the equivalent of team production in this instance. It's just that I've called it register player. Yeah, sorry, I should have made that more clear. So it's just on initialization of the register player thing. So all I've really done is change team production for register player, because event handler is one that is part of Factorio. It's just a default Factorio thing. No worries. So, I mean, that should just error instantly. It should just fail there. It just doesn't care about that on initialization. And I cannot figure out there. The fail is not there, it's on line 5. Ah, yes, but line 5 should only be called after it's already been initialized. Because that is part of a function. So it's erroring there because that is not being set. We've already tried restarting the entire game and it doesn't make a difference because it just doesn't seem to. Initialization doesn't fail because it isn't being registered. But intended, you show that onload does get called. Yeah, that's what I mean, but it should be being registered. Onload does indeed get called. But all onload does here is set script data. And I have tried doing that. With that part, switch to register player. And having the same thing for the script data there. And it didn't seem to have any effect when I did it last. Yeah, still nil value. So I don't know if I'm doing something wrong, if I'm missing something vital that I just don't know about, which I can't see what it would be. Or if I'm just... if it's genuinely just not being called. No, sorry, that one's wrong anyway. That should be global dot register player equals. Oh, crikey. Crikey. Fix your setup config. What's setup config? There is no setup config, is there? Oh, I've broken it on purpose just to prove a point. My point is, it's not doing anything because it should error here before anything else happens, really. That's my point. That's why I've kept it there. It's so that it breaks it. Because that should throw an error saying, I don't know what this function is. This function isn't anything. Yeah, it should be being called because it's on initialization, which is when you very first load up the map. That's a good point, actually. I should try breaking it with the same error. Broke it. Why? Why? Hello there, Nick. Yes, the code is in the Factorio scenario creation channel on my Discord. See, that's why I really cannot understand it not working. Because it's the same. Like, I can't see what I've done differently. Not like majorly differently. Obviously I'm missing the map generation stuff. But I've got that and I've got that. Okay, do you know what? Copy, paste. Local chunk size equals 10. It's possible it's a function elsewhere that is different also. Well, the problem with that, the main problem with that is that on initialization isn't a function. Oh, rather, it's not a called function because it only exists once. So it's not a called function. It just happens. It is a function that happens on initialization. Except it isn't. Because balls to it, apparently. No, that's the wrong one. Let's try that, because what else could go wrong? Ooh. Name or thing expected near local. On line 59. Oh, that's because I've put it inside. Yeah. No, I had a feeling that would happen. Clutching at straws now. We might have to go to vanilla very soon so that I can clear my head. It just isn't going into on initialization. Can we have the code in the complete window? I mean, the code is available on the scenario creation, the Factorio scenario creation page. It is also available there. Let's see if anyone else is doing any coding. No, no one else is doing coding. Where did I find the team production code? It is in the scenarios in Factorio. You have to go to the actual game location, so where it's actually installed, not the app data stuff, I believe. So the program files for wherever Factorio has been installed. Where is script data initialized in both scenarios? Because that's where the difference is. Team production has it, okay. Register player doesn't. Well, in team production, it's kind of registered everywhere. It's updated and registered everywhere. But it is also set there. But it's also defined in this setup config on the initialization. Which is part of the problem, because we're not getting it. So it's defined in here, or rather it's passed into here. And I have tried going ahead with local script data equals bananas equals yes, for example. Which isn't exactly the same, but that's vaguely how it does it. Well, script data doesn't matter where it sets it. The problem is it's not getting... Part of the problem, at least, is that it's not getting into here. Which is why it's empty. So if I do that, for example, it'll throw an error at that local setting, probably. Table expected got nil, for example, because I've defined it as bananas, for example. So if we go to line 10, script data.teamList, there is no team list. So it errored at the same place, but it wasn't empty because we've set bananas to yes. So it's still the same issue that it's not getting in here. Yeah, it's line 10 because I've pushed it down those lines. So if we get rid of those, if we pushed it down 5 lines, it was line 5, but we've added 5 lines. Oh, oops. No, that's fine. You're trying to help, that's the main thing. But it's not that we're not setting the variable, because we can leave it like this. Take out this whole register player on this whole initialization part. We can take out this whole initialization part and take out that, and it will work. As long as we also get rid of that and that. Because it's then just being set as team list is equal to team list. Which I know will work for this, for what we want, but we do need that on initialization as well. We still need the on initialization to work. So if I save that and save that, it should pass through. There we go. And I've joined neutral. I've joined green because it's read the table. So it can see the other file. It just isn't calling the other file. And we only want it to do this function once. I suppose I can make a workaround. And instead of doing it like that, we just copy that. Load configs. Setup config is part of the config .lua. It's not actually part of the main team production file, from what I've seen. So if you see, there's only one in the actual file, and then the other is in config, which is how we have it set up as well. But again, the issue is not that there is no function, because if there was a function, brilliant. Or if there was a lack of a function, brilliant. That would mean... well, no, that's the problem. That's still the problem, because it's not even registering that one. And that is definitely wrong. If it was registering it and saying there is no function called setup config, brilliant. I would happily take that. That is somewhere else to go from. But it's just not even getting to that point. It's skipping it. That's the issue. So it doesn't matter at this point that it's not a defined function. We're just trying to get it to recognize there is no defined function. Hello there, SCTT. How is config included into registerplayer.lua? Through require config, which is the same as the way team production does it. Require config. In Notepad, you can block, comment, uncomment from the menus. Yes. Thank you. You can start a block comment with that and end with... Why did I not bother looking up that? Thank you. Yeah, this on initialization just isn't happening, is part of the problem. Because I can put anything I want in there and it just won't care. It got a different error. But it's not in the same place. Oh, that's because I've broken it there. Ah, now, if I do this, load configs won't work because it doesn't exist. Wait a second. It's registered it. What? So why does it not think that doesn't exist? Because it should tell me that that doesn't exist, surely. Right, let's test something, let's test something. Got my load configs, which doesn't exist as a function. I'm going to put it first in the on-tick stuff. Load configs. It registers load configs is not a function. Gah. Neither is script config. So why does it let it get past? Alright, I'm going to do something drastic. I don't even know if this will work. I'm going to try and get it to just skip the first attempt. Reminder of your first note on init does not raise errors. What? I guess I must have missed that note. Oh, it needs to be on tick. Yeah, I really don't know what I'm doing with this now. Oh gosh. I have reached a point. I have indeed reached a point. Although it actually didn't mind tick, did it? I suppose I can just do test. Okay, let's work out where this needs to go. I hope this prints test. Nope. Now I'm just pressing buttons. If game.tick. I think I'm just gonna have to go back to my vanilla world. I'm getting to a point where I just haven't got a clue, and I'm not getting anywhere. Might have to come back to it another time. Lunchtime, see you later. No worries. Thank you for attempting to help me, but it is now normal stream time. So we're going to go to our single player and just carry on with that. Try and do some balancing or train stuff, because That on initialization thing, I don't understand. Hello there, Lictan. How are you? Which means all of that is probably rubbish. Good, and you? I'm annoyed that I can't work this out, but I mean it's all right. I'm sure I'll get it at some point. I'm sure I'll figure it out at some point. It's a future problem. It is a future problem. So we are going to swap over to our vanilla world and just do some more train stuff. Or something. I don't understand that at all. I've got some more learning to do, clearly. So, let's edit the stream info to no mods, vanilla world, making our own blueprints. Done. Oh, gosh. Oh my god. Oh. Let's have some chocolate to wake me up a little bit more. And I am gonna make myself a little bit smaller on the screen. Oh yes. We were in this thing. So the green screen, we realised, I felt like trying it without the green screen because it means I can go right back here. And then 5 balls. Although this isn't going to work, the wire. But it means you might stand a chance of actually seeing the 5 balls. And see me fail at the 5 balls. Ooh, like that. If you roll the chair back, we can definitely see your balls. Very tasteful. Goodbye, headphone. But yeah, you can see just how badly I actually do. Several free attempts. I wonder whether you should start by writing a mod that will get you to know the Factorio API a bit better and understand the Lua language better. Probably. That probably would be better. to be quite honest. 3 balls for 15 seconds. You actually get to see all of the balls as well. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There we go. And then attempt 4 balls. Well, do 4 balls for 10 seconds. And you know what? Because we actually have 4 colours, we're going to go with 4 colours. There's an excellent tutorial on the wiki. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. I need to fix my headset.
Mic off. Mic on.
I need to be able to yeah, what about different 4-ball patterns? I can't do different 4-ball patterns. I think I was on 4. Ugh. 5. Ugh, I can't do that. Mic off, mic on. 5. Oh, come on. What is wrong with me? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Attempt 5 balls twice. 5 balls, just about see them. Well, that didn't work. 1. 2. And we've got some more 4-ball drill one for 10 seconds that from Ian. 1, 2, 3, 4. Again 4. There goes my celebrations. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ah, humbug. 10. And then there was another one, so I don't know why I can't do 4 balls at the minute. Some people do in the first couple of times they do it. Yes. One, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7. I can only do about 4 seconds at the minute. I don't know why. 8, 9, 10. I don't know what's going on there. Does anyone ever request 5 balls once? Such a bad value? Yeah, some new people do. Someone who sticks around and has tens of thousands of points, it's more effective to do the 2 attempts. That's a killer deal. Double the entertainment for only 25% more. Ah yes, but that's how they get you with popcorn and drinks at the cinema. For only a little bit more, you get a massive amount more. But in reality, the first offer was bad value. The second one is the actual value. And even then it's inflated. But anyway, we had this monstrosity of a junction to start off our blocks, as it were, last time. I do have robots, of course. Now then, the question is, how long do I do each middle bit? So how far does that actually go? A little bit. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 each side. Oh, yes. We can have infinite requests. Wood 0. I was about to ask why my robots weren't doing anything just then. Go, robots, go! Remove the trees. The true enemy. Boom, 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 boom. Just clearing some space. Okay, that went night very quickly. Oh, it's because our night vision ran out of power. Oh, there's a tree there. Okay, suppose the other thing we need to ask is how long is the actual train? Let's get rid of the tile grid. What am I missing? Plate. And actually steel. Yeah. Pop of 2, redeem, juggle 3 balls. What is going on here? Oh, that's a steel smelter, isn't it? 15 seconds. I didn't want that ball. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Does the juggling seem smoother without the green screen? Now that we don't have the green screen there. Actually, let's keep part of that. What we don't want is this bit. I don't want those, please. Please, no. See, what we can do is we can just copy that. Like so. Put a line down the middle. And then we have steel. Once we have also dealt with this little weird junction-y bit. Oh, that brings the coal across. This is fine. Ideally, this would be set up in such a way that this would be fine. But it isn't, so. That's backwards. Get rid of all the coal. I do not want it. I hope that can manage to keep up. It should be able to. Although we will actually need to bring a second iron line up. Which is fine because we do have a second iron line that we can bring up. Do. Hum-de-dum. There we go. Found the issue with the unit. You have a script.dat file in your scenario, which I have no idea what it does, but after deleting it, it works as intended. Oh? Interesting. Let me just have a look at that. How do I pin this? Pin to quick access, that's what I'm after. Oh. Interesting. I never would have even considered that. Where did you put the code that's in Discord? Put it in a scenarios folder, but it isn't listed. 2 seconds, let me pause that. So, I pinned it. It was it was Monday at 4:57 in the Factorio scenario creation. Oh, sorry, I know what you mean. Sorry, my mistake. You've got to put that script in the API script area, scenario area. It's weird. That one doesn't go with the rest of the scripts. It goes with the API data scripts. Sorry, that's, yeah. Not if it's in the main scenario folder for some reason. It doesn't register it as being a scenario. No idea why. It might be that it only looks at that folder once when it's initially loading, and it only picks it up once or something. But it is a little strange because it doesn't seem to register it. Oh yeah, it's a scenario. It is a scenario. And it does pop up as a scenario. But you can't put it in the same scenario folder as the rest of the scenarios for some reason. Did I say API? I meant app data. I meant the user app data roaming Factorio scenarios. Sorry, I did mean app data, not API. Oh, you're not on Steam. Ah, in which case I have no idea then. You might... Look at those two iron belts with confusion. Hello there, Intertooth. Welcome. Also... Canos. Canos? If you're using standalone, so that fault doesn't exist. In which case, I'm not 100% sure. Cyber Marla had it running the other day, but have you unzipped it? Have you unzipped it, is the question, I suppose. You have to unzip it. And you have to make sure that it is in... that the script data and all of that is in the level as soon as you go into it. But how are you, Intertooth? Because I wasn't thinking. I've actually completely forgotten why I came back here. Good. Oh, I needed train parts, didn't I? Nom 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 nom. As for the script data part, I honestly don't know what's going on there. Right, let's get this train network built, shall we? Oh, it needs to be powered, so I can actually see how big it is. Yeah, it is disconnected. Good. So let's see where that is in relation to the tile. Actually, that's probably dud, because what I actually want to do is something a bit more along the lines of that. Just so there's a bit more visibility, charging. Although actually, I suppose what I could do is bring that in again so that it's inside and the power pole goes on the edge. That'd probably be a little better actually. Right, where's the half point? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. There, good. That is still connected, which then puts that at the halfway point. How far can this actually go? Don't tell me it can't actually make it half a tile. Wire reach 30. Oh. If only it was 32. It'd be in the middle. That's just annoying. Okay, let's also actually get the train on here. Okay. I understand how that works a little bit. That's handy. That's what I needed. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oops. One, 2. So we need to make sure that is a full block, or has a full block available to fit the train in. Okay, this tile grid is doing my eyes in. Should be something around there. Come on, reverse. Right, that should stop. Yeah. I don't have much fuel there, but whatever. So where does that actually take us up to? Not quite a full set of tile grids. Basically want to copy that to get the length. but without the train. These are going to be pretty big blocks. After all, that one doesn't even end nicely in the middle of a block. Oh, I'm sure it'll be fine. In fact, how long is that? Basically 42 of them, which makes it how long? Oh, 42 times 2, 82. In order to get back round to a division of 32, which I believe this square is. I think we need more. 30. That would make the block massive. Like, truly massive. Whereas if we added an extra one to each of those middle bits, that would make it fit nicely. I think, because we've got 1, 2, 3. Would it fit nicely? To go 1, 2, 3. Yeah, having an extra 1 would make it fit nicely. Okay. Then that is what we shall do. Okay, so we'll go one more, one there, get rid of that. And then we'll copy that. And build it. Okay. So that takes us that far. Let's get how long this can actually go. Just a little bit too far. So that was basically there, I think. I think that's right. Which gives us how far between? $44. 88. So every 11. No, not every 11. Every 22. I guess that's 4, 8, 12, 16. Damn. 4, 8, 12, 16, 21, 2. That should get us there. Except that's wrong. Still wrong. No, control Z. Control Z. Just move it to 1. That is really annoying. Ugh. Oh, so it is definitely the script.dat file. Okay, that's something that we need to investigate then. I think. So I wonder how far is between those two. That looks about middle. And yes, this does matter. Oh, it's one tile off either way. It's some kind of encoded Lua file. Ah. Okay, so that doesn't look like it's going to sit nicely in the middle because they are not an equal amount of distance away. Let's try just swapping that around. Ah. So that is in the wrong place. That means the power pole is one out, doesn't it? On this side. Yeah, it's the one out that way. Glad we took the time to figure that out rather than just blueprinting it straight away. So let's go back to this side. Got 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24. Should be able to get it equidistant from both eventually. I shift it that way. There we go. That's much better. And that gives them plenty of charging points along the way. Can set up the power poles on the corners of the chunks and fit one in the middle. Lines everything up nicely. Well, the problem is I've also got to take into account the length of the train. And this length, we can put 3 of these middle bits down. And then that is enough. We can put 3 of these down. And that will give us the length of a train. 3 trains, and then this chunk bit, the edge piece, fits in nicely again. And it means we can have 3 trains on the track. Now to try and blueprint this stupid thing. Because that I can see being tricky to get right. Actually, how big is that? That's about a chunk, isn't it? Oh no. That would be a chunk. There. Okay. Never mind. That little test didn't prove useful. Oh, right. Now then, do we want to use normal signals or chain signals in these middle bits? My guess would be normal signals. And just let them stack up inside. Although... yeah, normal signals it is. The middle of the train. I suppose at the middle it would allow us to keep things moving, wouldn't it? "12 long trains are sort of big." Yes, they are. And I think it was a mistake, but at least I won't need to do any upscaling. It will already be scaled up. I think I'm going to swap these to chain just to make it so that the blueprint is nice. Although that might defeat the point of the central central signals. Okay, we don't want the trains. Yeah. The thing is, that is on a junction. How would I get around it? Bring it in like that, maybe? That does shorten, but we do have a spare tile, so that would work. So if we brought that in, it would mean we would have a nice blueprint that would fit with the junction. Two, 8, 2. 282 straight section. Two, 8, 2, straight. Unless things get super crazy, you're not going to have that many four-way junctions. Well, the idea is to have it so that they're on each corner of a block. So that 282 can go inside the train stuff. 26 crossing. The only thing that is missing from that is being able to go back on itself, but that is going to be too much of a task to ask at the moment. So I should be able to go to book 9, book 0. I'll need to add my train book and add in then it's not symmetrical. We can't then rotate that around, can we? Well, we can, and it is the same either way around, but it doesn't match with the next end. Oh, how do we get this to work? Because we can't move that any further forwards because of that junction. It doesn't matter if we put it there, it's still not going to fit with the next one. Unless we squidge them out like that. And that's still going to get those. Yeah, there wouldn't be enough room. We might just have to make it so that we have to manually change these end ones over to those ones when we get to a junction. Or, actually, there is another way. Oh, that's wrong. Forgot to move those back. So if we take a blueprint of that, don't get the trim fuel, 2, 2, 8, 2, mid. Why didn't I save that? Unnamed blueprint, 2, 8, 2, mid, 2, 8, 2, mid, and then we would need to put that as 282 junction. Two, 8, 2 junction. 2, 8, 2 junction. Delete that one. That in there. Put that in there. And hopefully that would work either way around. No, it obviously wouldn't. Okay, well, let's try something. Let's try putting in the next section. And then the junction section, which will go like that. And then that. Yeah, that would work. These are rather large blocks. Let's turn off the tile grid for a moment. Deconstruct these end bits. Now we don't necessarily need to take the whole bit out, but nevertheless, I'm going to, so I can make sure it is constructed correctly. Oh no, that's wrong. That's right. Here we go. So that should be our junction. Built. Let's re-blueprint it. That, I have no idea what we called it, so let's just call it 3.6 for now. And then let's work out what it's actually called. LH 2 in 6 out cross. Left hand 2 in 6 out cross. Megabase confirmed. Yep. 2 6 cross rail. Right. I'm going to need a lot of landfill as well, I should point out. Darn it, I hate trees. Do. I would do something, but I'm too lazy for that. I'll let the robots do it. I need to re-stamp that. Come on, pluck the trees up before you try and take it. I'm aware of that, Desert Pearl. You can just turn it into editor as well. But I want to do it vanilla. Because Sandbox... What's the point of that? Doesn't give you the challenge, you just place everything and it appears. Time to go for Robust B30. Well, unfortunately, we don't have Purple Science set up yet. I wish the robots would pluck the tree, check the area they are trying to place, and if the area cannot be built, make it buildable, if possible. That would be useful. Super handy. Next area. To be honest, I think I might just need more roboports as well. Yeah, we don't have the power for that, so I might just connect this up to the main network now. The main grid. And let the other robots take care of it. There we go. Then we also need some combinators, just to get rid of that annoying message. There we go, robots. Off your trot. Cool. Cool. That is the start of a giant base. I need to have a little shuttle train. I realise I'm going backwards down here, but oh well. So that was the first. 282 mid. Gotta get that built. Just deconstruct, please. Cool. That will eventually deconstruct. Poor robots. They have a hard life with me as their master. I think I may have done that wrong. So that's the junction. Oh no, that's right. And then we need the junction again. And it is that way round. Right, what's missing? Are we making signals automatically? We should be. I hope we are. It does not look like we are. Right, I better go make that happen. No. Don't go back across the lake. Just go to here. Ooh, why would you do that? Oh no, I left it range, didn't I? That's what it was. Right, what do signals actually need? Iron plate and electronic circuits. Oh, let's get spaghetti. Oh, down near them. Bring me some. I want assembling machines. Same thing. And nearly the same thing. I don't want that ginormous balancer in the way. Yeah, I'm going to be a bit hacky with this now. Still can't benefit from that. Oh. I could always just put that a bit further away. And oh, and there we go. Excuse me. we will need some wire on those. To say chain signals less than 100. Hello Cyber, how are you doing? How are you doing? We did attempt a little bit of coding this morning. We may have figured out why the script initialization wasn't working, and it's something to do with script.dat file. So we can get rid of the script.dat file and it works, which then allows us to put the configuration in the other file. Also, I did see what you posted, and I need to have a look at it a bit more and look at how we can integrate it a little smoother. Poor robots. Yeah, I had a quick sneak peek at it. I didn't fully understand it, but that is fine. You will go. No worries, Jan. Thank you for joining us for while you were here. Start streaming some Gold Rush. I don't know what that is. Bit sad that you missed the first coding stream. Things happen. We didn't get too far, to be fair. In fact, we didn't make any progress as far as I'm aware. We actually ended at the same point we started, I think. Although after I stopped doing the coding, it was figured out about the script.dat file. Dunk. Gold Rush equals farming sim, but for gold instead of crops. Oh, right. You have met a guy yesterday who writes mods. Ooh, that could be useful as well. Excuse me. You tried to lurk him here. What does that even mean? Oh, do you mean link? Oh, lure. Ah, that makes more sense. I honestly thought we'd set enough to be cleared, but I guess not. Why don't they check to see if they can actually place it first? That's what I want to know. He suggested you a mod for modders. You've not looked into it, but you think that it's for making a GUI. Ooh. That would be useful. Do you know what it's called? Comfy Factorio. Ah. Part of the comfy lot, I assume, then. Mew Mew. Anyway, we don't want to be here building. And also a link to a prototype description. We'll post both links in Discord. Oh, thank you. Right. Time to push on. So we're going to have quite a large block here, actually. I'll make this my refining depot. So we're making iron in here, iron or copper or something, or multiple things in here. Choo choo. Okay, I might actually go and set up the purple science. Purple and yellow science, maybe, just so that I can do research. Even if it's only ticking along a little bit. So, purple. Easy enough. Maybe it uses a GUI and it can be stolen from it. I mean, either way, it'll probably give us a good insight, shall we say. Comfy Factorio. Yeah, I'll have a look at that in a bit. If a modder suggests something, we might want to have a look into it. Yeah. Okay. Also, I'm just going to do a quick post in Discord. So basically, my green screen is over there. We're trying it without the green screen to see... Oh, in fact, I just realised I am massive on the screen, aren't I? Let's shrink that down a little. It's because I'm used to having the green screen behind me so I don't take up as much room. But I'm trying it without the green screen, because then now I can go right back and juggle from back here, and you'll actually be able to see things. Although you won't be able to hear me particularly well when I do that, but at least you'll be able to see the juggling. So I'm going to have a Malteser. Malteser teaser. Home. Cool. Hang on. 80 plus people in my Discord. What? Did not realise I had that many people in my Discord. That is insane. The last I remember, we were just starting to get the message saying you have got 30. Screen is big enough. Can you still put it up all the way back and use that for cropping? Sadly, no, because the green screen needs to start here, which is not very far back, or rather, it needs to start like here. It's because of this beam. This beam gets in the way. It would only allow me to go back not very far. Anyway, back to just quickly setting up a purple setup. Do you know what? I can't even remember how I normally do my purple setup. And I hope I took a blueprint of that. I did not. No. I should have taken a blueprint of this. Although I actually have a plastic issue, don't I? Oh yeah, I need to put a time on that, don't I? Time updated to 7 PM GMT. Alright then, Ardo, I will change it to playing. Updating on the fly, not a problem. Let's have a look at our plastic, see where the issue lies. Oh, the issue lies that we have a terrible yield. I think we might need to go make use of that. I think we're going to use a train to get that over as well. In fact, no, let's just pipe it over. How many pumps do I have? 1. How many can I have? 10. How many do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ooh, we're making engines there. Oh no, we don't need engines for purple, do we? Take me with you. Wait, is that Coffee Stain? I didn't realise Deep Rock Galactic was Coffee Stain. Huh, that's pretty interesting. It was on sale a few weeks ago, so if you haven't already got it, I'd potentially wait until it is on sale, maybe. Published by, not developed. Ah, yes, of course. Oops, I forgot to put my name there. If anyone, well, oh no, because it's Boy's long stream today, isn't it? He wouldn't be likely to want to do Deep Rock Galactic this evening as well. Well, if anyone ends up in Bold's stream, would they mind asking if he would be interested? If that is if Bold is streaming today. Just finishing your any percent planning. Nice. How is it? How is your any percent looking these days? And I need to do some more any percent planning. Managed to fit everything quite nicely. Nice. I don't have any pipe. I don't have any pipes. Cool. Gonna have a practice run soonish, not sure if today or tomorrow. Well, are you gonna stream it? Yeah. I caught the train. Depends on your mood, but most likely yes. I will try and catch it if I get the time, if it's between, if it's in the time frame that I can manage. Wood. Okay, I do now have pipes. Probably going to need more than that actually. That could have gone worse. wonder if I've got any more robots waiting. Right, some more pipes. Hello there, Doom. I wanted to try it without the green screen, and it seems people are saying it's a bit crisper. Wait a sec. Yes, I think it was the first time I was in your stream when you started on this map. We wondered why you chose to play with Cliffs. Church was also here and told me about the There Is No Spoon event, and then things started to happen. Well, I only started this map after, like in the last week or two. It was after the There Is No Spoon event. Yep, this map is only... Actually, I might be wrong. I could have sworn this was started after the There Is No Spoon attempt, but I guess maybe not. No, you might be right. Yeah, so we're on the 5th one, so it is just over a month. Yeah, actually, you are correct. I do apologise, I take that back. This Deep Rock Galactic thingy looks pretty decent. Yeah, it had been on my wish list for ages, and when it was on the 2-year anniversary sale, I decided I was finally going to get it. A month ago already. Wow. Time flies when you're having fun. Oops. Time flies. Time flies when you're playing Factorio. That should be the advice. Stay in, play Factorio, time will pass in very quickly. Before you know it, everything will be back to normal. Mainly because you'll still be stuck on Factorio. Now you just have to wait for your birthday. Why? What's the support upgrade thingy? You're always waiting for something. The supporter upgrade thingy is, as far as I'm aware, it just unlocks a couple of cool a couple of different skins, gives you a little badge that shows in chat, that sort of thing. Just picked up your own birthday present, ordered it for your parents. Fair enough. How far away is your birthday? Is it far or is it not that very far? A week, literally. Oh, well, happy birthday for in a week. Did you get yourself something good? As strange as that might sound. Yes. Nice. Was it more Doom? Doom stuff? You wish. Well, can always hope. I suppose I could have just started that up here, couldn't I? Could really do with a second release like they did the first time round. A second release. Doom 1 and 2. Oh, right. So you mean like Doom Eternal 1, Doom Eternal 2? Yeah, okay. I understand. You mean it needs a sequel? It's a hell of a game. Well, I think quite a lot of people would agree with you. Because it's been going for quite a long time as Doom. As a thing. You want to go for the ultimate challenge one day. Glutton for punishment. And we say I like a challenge with sea ice. Ice maps. Ultra Nightmare. You die, game is over. Wow. So it's basically what would the phrase be? I don't know whether... Yeah, YOLO. God, I've not heard that phrase in a while. Set them for deconstruction! And in fact, just set that lot for deconstruction as well. Literally YOLO, actually. Yeah, that makes sense. No, we do not want to become famous. Done. So this time there's two. One where you can pick up extra lives at specific points. Nice. I suppose it gives you at least a bit of a chance. Ultra Nightmare is the first one. Extra Lives is the second one. I'm guessing some Doom fans were quite excited by this. Or some other Doom fans were also excited about this. Curse you slow robots. Never considered the joke difficulties part of the difficulty roster, so for you it was whatever, but now that you've pushed yourself to the brink, it might be doable. Nice. It was good to hear that you are able to take advantage of the extra content that is there. It did take you 24 hours to beat Doom Eternal. That being said, you weren't speedrunning. Still, 24 hours is probably not a bad time. Not a bad time at all. was a completionist run. See, I always like trying to find hidden things in games like that. Not very good at it, but I like trying. I like to collect things. "100% nightmare difficulty. Actual hardest difficulty." I suppose, yeah, because you've got to not only survive, but you've got to find everything. I'm out of pipe? What is this? Oh, stretch. Well, we've been going for nearly, well, not far off 4 hours. Only 20 minutes off 4 hours already. Another one so soon. What? Done. Problem is, if you beat Ultra Nightmare, you'll have nothing more to strive for. Let's give you mods so you can remove that annoyance. Well, the next... Oh, I mean, I've managed it. The next step after that would probably be beating it without losing any health, or losing as little health as possible. Creating your own challenges. You remember playing Doom in 1993 on the office LAN prototype you were building before rolling out to the company. Ethernet coaxial cable, 10 millibits. Maximum cable distance 100 meters. Afternoon. Hello there, Edu. Are you going to join us then tonight on Deep Rock Galactic? That's not doable for RNG reasons. Ah. At that point, the game is not fun. DMC has such difficulty, if I recall. No hit taken. Also, I hate to say this, Dries, but Dries. You were playing Doom when I was just born. 2 seconds. Uno moment. Okay. Apparently the toilet is going to be out of action for the next hour or two, so I'm going to go use the bathroom before that happens, because I can feel it building. You have 2 kids older than me. Wow. Supposed to be top of the line. Doom veteran, but there's no way you can compete with the pros. Yes. Well, fair enough. I shall be back in just a moment. I'm going to pause it there for a second and return in just a moment. I'm just going to nip to the loo. Chat among yourselves. I'm back. Simple matter of time. You don't have the time to put into it. I still have this terminator somewhere for the coaxial cables. Is there a record of the Doom Eternal 100% speedrun? No runs on speedrun.com. Runs won't be accepted till March the 30th. I suppose, yeah, because otherwise everyone would just be submitting it and then it'd be instantly broken by the next person. So it doesn't make sense to flood the website with runs yet. Wait until people have had a chance to actually get it. There we go. Stupid workshop of RimWorld is down. Thrumbos must have eaten it. It's people that like that guy who put you to shame. But you can send you an unrun. It's almost 6 hours long. Whew. There seems to be an extremely low amount of oil. I might need to add pumps partway through this, mightn't I? Just because of the distance. I seem to remember reading somewhere that the further it goes, the less pressure it has, so the worse it gets. Come on, train. Either one will do. Wait, did I still not fix that? Okay, I'm going to go fix that. Also, welcome everyone who is here. If you are new to me, I stream Factorio Monday to Thursday, 12 p.m. till about 5 p.m. GMT. Mondays are modded multiplayer maps. Tuesdays are scenario days with the community. Yesterday we played some wave defense and we did quite well with the hard difficulty wave defense. Wednesdays are my solo vanilla world, where I can learn bits of the game and improve my knowledge. Yeah, we'll do that. Day 26. Oh, is that what we made it to? Can't place it, but you swear that I remind you of a RuneScape developer. Just thought you should know that. Well, thank you. I will take that as a compliment. Do you know which RuneScape developer? I wish I was a RuneScape developer, then I'd be quids in. Oh, well, to be fair, you did just say you can't place it. Just make sure this pressure stays up for a long time. Feel it stopped on Wednesday. Feel like it would be weak of you to give in to the power of the Chronos Strike when you... So when you eventually beat Ultra Nightmare, it will be a Chronos Strike-less. I would say there's nothing wrong with experiencing the play, using the play... Yeah, experiencing the playing using it. Ah, the oil is full. Oh, I stopped on Wednesday. Oh, sorry. Oh, that's what you mean. Thursday I do speedrun prep and practice sometimes. Eventually we might actually get fast enough to be able to do a speedrun on the Thursday. Friday evenings I am currently typically playing Oxygen Not Included from 7 PM until late-ish, except for the first Friday of every month. In fact, that's not a bad point. Next Friday, not the one coming, but the one after, so a week on Friday, I will be doing a scary drinking stream. So I'll be drinking rum and coke whilst streaming Scary Game. And this month, it's going to be Outlast 2. So be sure to be there for that, because it is a good laugh. There are plenty of clips over on my Discord. Where you can see me being scared very, very easily at very little things. And even though it has been a while, I have been known to jump at my own alerts. Okay, that's much better looking plastic production. Which means we have better red production. Saturdays, 12 PM onwards, are speedrun. This week it's going to be an any percent speedrun. We're going to try and get below 5 hours. Depending on how long that takes us, we might even attempt it twice. Or we'll use the evening to do something else. But normally I would stop after the speedrun. But we might be able to get away with it. Don't think there's anything wrong with someone wanting to use that. Get you right. What happened to the green screen? Oh, the green screen, I'm trying it without. See if it's any better. Because apparently it's a lot less pixely. And it does seem to be running a lot smoother with the juggling as well. So the juggling balls apparently look better. Because there's less to encode. If you just don't want to use it yourself, fair enough. Be a nightmare without it. Feel like you would cheat yourself out of the experience by not doing it. The biters ate it. Slows down the game tremendously, making it much easier. Where is the invisible now? It's there, you just can't see it. Sorry, I couldn't resist making that joke. Okay, we need to make some purple science. Which is red circuit. I can't be bothered setting up another red science setup. It is easier juggling with invisible balls because you can do all sorts of magical crap. You can pretend, whoa, oh, sorry, you can really go, ooh, look, I'm juggling 6. And all of that nonsense. It's good, isn't it? Ta-da! I can see why you don't want to use it. I would be the same. I played Bioshock Infinite on the hardest difficulty that you could get on the first playthrough. When I first played it. As an example. I like the challenge. Which is why I play RimWorld on possibly what is one of the hardest difficulties. Sea ice at super cold temperatures. What do electric furnaces require? Steel plate and stone. Well, the stone is there. They only require that. Right, that's fine. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We won't be able to keep up with this production request, but oh well. I'm going to sneeze. Maybe. Yes. Maybe. I'm going to pretend to sneeze. Bless your soul. Why, thank you. Yeah, post the link for Retired. You wish you had only 2 interests, you have more just in that sort of headspace. Wouldn't even be here now. See, first hobby you guess would be playing guitar. Well, you can play guitar whilst watching. Go play guitar. In fact, go study. Go study. You should be studying. I know you don't want to, but go study. You're looking and making stuff on Blender. Exactly, there we go. You played guitar when you were 7. I'm not musically inclined, I must admit. I can't play instruments at all. I am instrumentally defunct. The walls are coming from somewhere. So there's brick somewhere as well. Here. There. So if we break it off, we can bring it down there. On further inspection, it might be mod ash that you remind you of, despite him being more plump than me. Post a picture. If you have one. I'm curious. My curiosity is piqued. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm only a small channel. Don't forget. Fair enough. I don't think I look like him, but I guess. Or is it the attitude? Is it the, what's it called? You know. Church, I guess you're the music guy. Well, that's true. Used to be grade 8 standard classical guitar. Haven't played for years now, though. You probably don't look like him. You have a weird way of placing faces. Well, we all have our ways of interpreting the world, so I'm not offended by it. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think I look that like him. Teaching kind of killed it for you. You taught guitar. And yes, I know how silly this is. But in fact, that won't work at all. Never mind silly. I don't think you do either when you found the image, but it was the closest you could find. Fair enough. Let's see. Let's see how fast these go, actually. Yeah, they need 4 arms. Doo-doo. Rails. Sorry about that noise. How do I make rails? I need stone, don't I? Yep, which means I didn't need to filter that at all. That's fine though. You can always unfilter it. Although I do actually need to beat it to the place down here, because I need to filter it when it gets down here. That's interesting. You usually use undergrounds and splitters to get 2 belts wide of stuff into inserters, but the long hands seem cheaper. Yep, they are, and they're quicker to place down. Which is very handy for a speedrun. brick needs to go right. There we go. We could even use electric furnaces in our builds, but I feel like that's a bit of a waste. Although it'll be cheaper from a fuel perspective. Yes, okay, we'll go with electric furnaces, I think. In the future. In that middle build bit. Actually, this raises a good point. I could go like that. Oh, what was the iron stick requirements? I think it was quite high, wasn't it? Purple. Do you know what? I can't remember my build at all. I'm just going to have a quick peek at my images that I have, that I've created. There's two assemblers of iron stickos. Now I've got hiccups slightly. How annoying. According to the wiki, electric furnaces actually cost twice the power to run compared to steel. Oh, so why do people use them? Is it the modules? Maybe? The fact you can module them? Oh, because they don't have to manage fuel. Yeah. That makes a lot more sense. Overall, they pollute less. Good point. Oh, I need more space than that. I need this belt to come in along there. I then need that. And just for niceness factor. Oh yeah, and I need steel on that stone belt, don't I? Then we need some output. This is not an efficient build, don't get me wrong. We don't really need a full belt of either, to be fair. It's all just one use. One item, sorry, not one use. Single item. Thankfully it's not that bad. We'll just build it like that. That'll do. Then we need to get that up to the labs. Where's a good place to pop them? Ah! We do now have an issue. Ah, I need to do some belt magic, don't I? I've seen that a magic bit of belting has been done in for by other people, and it allows balancing of the belts. And I'm going to have to try and work it out. Go bot only. Nah, I want to try and learn that thing. Because I think I might have an idea of what it might be. But I want to test it. But it does pose an issue for the ones that have already been merged. Like this red and green, for example. Kind of trying to make a sushi belt. Like, I have seen it done with, for example, I don't know what the logic was that was used was, but I have seen it done where it feeds in. For example, no, I forgot to. I need some wire. Okay, I need a decider. This is a monstrosity. And a full inventory. Oops. Or, sorry, it's going to be a monstrosity. If I can get it working. Each. So it's going to try and be a thing that is a beauty. So let's start at this corner. Let's go with red. Then we'll go green. We're going to try and use a similar logic to the RCUs if we can work out how to do it. Military. Blue. Purple. Yellow. Oh no, we don't need that one actually. And height does not equal 0. Which means it should be running rather, because they do equal 0. So it should be enabled. Trying this sushi belt thing. Kind of, yes. From the quick glance I got, I'm going to try and figure it out. Oh, well, we will have 5 science pots, so output. They should be turned on. Oh, sorry. That should be equals if I'm doing it that way around, shouldn't it? And then that wants to be copper. Should have sent my copper away. What's with the sad face, Cyber? I can't remember what it was, so I'm guessing. We're going to go if everything equals 10. You're honestly kind of bummed out today. Why? Yeah, that would make things easier. Well, I want that logic. I'll just change the colours on them later. Blue, red, green, military. Purple, yellow, white. You got up early so you could play with a friend. We had it planned and everything, and then they just bailed on it without telling you anything. Only you respect things getting in the way. When you give me no word, that hurts. Yeah. That's not good. I don't understand this sometimes. Two. I don't understand why that is running. Everything does not equal 10. It is true when there are no inputs. Oh, that's strange. These need to be hold. I pressed the key that allows you to drop it. Normally it's Z when it's in your hand, and it allows you to just drop it. Welcome to the zany world of Lua logic. Yeah. No, I figured out what I need to do. Oh god. That needs to be if everything equals 10. Is that actually all it's going to be? Interesting. There's 2. It's working. I feel dirty to say that it's working, although I might need to shift things along a little bit. Have fun. We'll figure that out one day by yourself. No worries. Thank you for joining us so far. Yeah, so that one we want to be there. That one we also want to be there. So it's actually got a chance to pile up. Should be 2, 4, 6, 8. I can't believe this might actually work. Huh. So let's put some labs down that aren't going to interfere with its operation. Can't be as simple as that, can it? Might be absent a bit. Going to spend time with family. Surround yourself with good people. No worries. Make sure you are having a good time with your family. It's always good to do real life things and not just online things. Absolutely. But thank you very much for joining us, Doom. I hope you have a good rest of your day. If you do end up not returning, which is okay. Actually, this might not work. Fine, you're living together. Yeah, that's alright then. I'm going to do a little bit of an experiment and see what happens when we put purple on there as well. Because I don't think it will actually work as I want it to. Just got to get the purple up there first. Is that right? I can't tell if that'll just clog up later or not. Yeah, you just stick a telegraph, a small electric pole next to it. And it will show you what signals are available. Okay, something has not worked there. Turns out you're right. I've seen the priority splitter sushi belt designed for science. No, but that's what I'm trying to recreate without knowing what I'm doing. I have an idea what I can do. To give an even distribution of science, yes. It's meant to only allow a set number of each into the system. This is experimentation to see if I can get it working. Yeah, they probably can't catch them. Because they all go out in a clump. See, my other thought was to reintegrate the science packs back into their streams, as it were. And make it so that they are taken as priority. Do you mean as in half and half belt? So you've got one on one half, one on the other half, one on one half, one on the other half. The problem with that is when you get to science, space science, you all of a sudden have 7 and you can't fit them. You were trying extensively the science sushi belt with priority splitters, and it works relatively well for this SP distribution, science pack distribution, but is useless for module labs. The inserters are too distracted by the variety on the belt, and the labs are not fed fast enough. Ah, I see. Well, the problem with using well, it's gonna struggle either way. I'm gonna have a Mars bar, an actual Mars bar. Well, an actual mini Mars bar. Not gonna lie, I slightly inhaled that Mars. Can't you just set up science specifically for every one? Do you mean as in have one lab with it on 2 sides, science stuff on 2 sides? You could, but it's not a particularly efficient use of space. What sort of beacon level? I haven't got beacons yet. I wasn't going to go beacons. Not yet, anyway. Healthy breathing of Mars bar. Corona won't get me. Mars will. Well, in theory, everything should be balanced anyway. The only real issue I can see actually happening oh. Let's do some research, see what happens. Yeah, there's not enough science going on to the belt, so... let's up that to 4, shall we? I wonder if balancing which side it goes onto might also help. What kind of balancing? It's not proper balancing, but whatever. Full beacons get to 23 something times speed with 2 prod 3s. If you go that way, it's going to be pulling in hella fast. As in 2 inserters are not going to be able to do it with needing 6 items. Wow. Is the belt not going to fill up with the less used ones? No, because eventually there will be enough of the less used ones in this bit that because as soon as there are 4 in here of a particular colour, it'll just stop sending them. Now this is a cool setup. You've never seen a layout like this for science. I must admit, I saw the idea elsewhere. I didn't know the logic behind it, but I think I've worked it out. Or at least the rough logic behind it I've worked out. Like, all I saw of this was the fact that there were belts feeding in on the side that had these on, and then some in the middle that had these. I didn't see any of the logic behind it, and I've not a clue if this is actually right. But it seems to be working. Maybe that should be 4 as well. Actually, it doesn't matter. That just needs to hold, I suppose. This works well. Sweet. Now all I need to do is plug them in here. Yellow and white, and we're done. That was almost empty, and even unmoduled, those labs don't have enough science packs. I mean, all I need to do is tweak the numbers. For example. I'm going to make them each 2 inserters though. Just so they can pick up fast enough. Let's get some productivity modules, shall we? We're not making we're not storing productivity modules, sorry. Morning, JD. Set color less than X and you can set everything in bulk. Ooh. No, I still have the green screen. I'm just trying something out. I'm just trying it without the green screen, see what it's like. Set color less than X, and you can set everything in bulk. How do you set color? Anyway, that's gonna keep plodding along. How do you set color of science? Oh wow, we're not producing enough greens. Ah, we've hit the stumbling block. I think we need to just get rid of that condition. We just need to keep it moving. Ah, this might break it actually. Because we're going to get a sudden block at there. Oh wow, everything has been eaten. I was not expecting that. Yeah, we will have a sudden block of military science every now and again. No, the green ball still appears, I'm afraid. Oh yeah, the colour thing. Set each of the science to X, then constant combinator X equals 8. Where's the constant combinator? Oh, I see what you mean about... Okay, yeah, I understand. As in the number is set to X, and then... Yeah. I get you. I thought you were meaning set it to colour. So it just meant if there were any of that colour, enough of that colour, do the thing. Okay, these labs are now empty because we just don't have purple science to support it. Still got a bit of that Mars bar in my throat. Ah yes, the constant combinator. Get rid of that. Schools are closed, so living a US life cycle. So now bed at 6 PM and awake at 1 AM so you can work. Ah, I see. That's probably going to upset your schedule a bit. You wish you had work. Hello there, San. How are you doing? Obviously, I guess not so well. When you say you wish you had work, do you mean you wish you were employed? Have you lost your job, or do you just wish you were in work? Now for the next trick: a system to pull off overflow and send them to priority belts to feed into the system. Hashtag feature creep. Well, to be honest, we have quite a lot of military science going through the system at the moment. Cool. You have a total of 3 classes each week. That isn't really enough to pay many bills. Ah, yes. So if you have 8 great science, you stop the belt and pull one off. The only problem with stopping the belt is it all backs up and then it's not evenly distributed, and you then end up with an amount that is too much. Because it's all to do with where it's spaced as well. After all, I think, for example, I think I could probably get away with changing some of these. Right, my constant combinators. X. Belliarmus. So we'll let the belt clear down a little bit. I'm going to let the purples run a bit. It's just so we can clear out the other sciences. Right, we should be starting to see a lot less of the other sciences. It's starting to run out of purple. Set that to X. Just so we don't end up with too much purple on the belt in the end. I want to be left with greys, and I want to just pick up the greys, to be honest. Because I want to clean the belt up and start fresh. I have no idea where those other green pots are. There they are. There's the ones I missed. Right. I'm also going to do a little bit of tweaking here. You never actually tried a sushi belt? Neither have I. This is my first attempt. Oh. Not quite what I had intended. Oh well, it just means that the blues won't move for quite a while. Let's see if it ends up spreading the values out. I'm curious to see if we can do it in just that and have it actually still work. So tomorrow I will make the whole base a sushi belt. Yeah, totally, totally, absolutely. Literally just as you sent that message, you got an email from someone asking for your resume for working with a real estate company. If you complain more here, will you give me more luck? Yes, keep complaining. Bring we can handle the complaint. I really dislike that you don't have enough money to buy all the games you want. Really, I hate that. Need more games. Yeah. I mean, I know that feeling at the minute. I mean, I don't play all the games I have, I must admit. I need to, but I haven't. I still haven't played Skyrim. That's how bad at playing my own games I am. San, you can have money or time. You cannot have money to buy games and play them. Well, that's true. Unless you play games for your living. But no, you wouldn't have money then. But this sushi thing seems to be working. We just have a lack of purple pots. Still don't have enough time, that's true. I suppose because there's all of the other extra stuff. Well, because productivity is a problem. Let's make it so they're at least making slightly better use of what they do have until it can be a little bit more backed up. What about when you retire? There is no retiring. There's no time to retire. I'll just do that. How stupid am I? These ones don't get... They don't get red circuits at all. Never mind. I mean, we aren't producing enough red circuits anyway. We're producing 104 a minute, which is exactly what that should be making. Auto redeem juggle 3 balls for 15 seconds. I will do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh gosh. 7, 8, 9, 10, that was me punching the tur. 11, 12, 13, 14, a 15. Disappointed, no bounces. No bounces. We don't have bouncing juggling balls. I hate to say it. Oh, body bounce. I can't do body bounces. Hold the phone. This is a dodgy setup, isn't it? This must be one of my earlier attempts. Hello there, gentlemen's thoughts. Oh, juggling is on. It's not a speedrun. You have points, but do you have enough points? That is the question. Okay, I'm pretty sure I need more red circuit production. We're missing lights. Let's illuminate the issue. Ho 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 ho. Terrible joke. Where are we gonna stick this? Additional nonsense. So that can be copper wire. How many 3 balls are left in this session? Do you know what? I've not been keeping track, and I don't know how to find out. So we've had 1, 2, 3. So 17 should still be available. In theory, anyway. You don't have quite that many points. Well, a little bit more lurking and you should get there. Little bit. It's only quite. It shouldn't be. That should mean that you aren't too far off. You're gonna go lurk. Thank you for the lurk. We're not making electric poles. I do not like the sound of that. Let's change that little feature. Wait a second. We are making electric poles. It lied to me. Okay. We'll make a box of lights. Okay, the lights are at least getting placed, which is good. Also, for anyone watching, I'm going to be playing some, potentially playing some Deep Rock Galactic tonight, if I can get any people together to play it. If you are interested, go leave a comment on the Community Games channel on my Discord server, which you can get to by clicking on the image below. Also, we have now set up purple science. Let's set up some yellow science so that that can just tick along. Oh, that needs processing units. I don't want to do that. But I must. Bring me power poles. Lots and lots of power poles. Right, belts are already part of the system. Yellow inserters I have quite a lot of. So I'm going to stick with just 50 of them. Rail, we don't really care, we're going to need a lot of that anyway. Stone, we don't want any stone. Actually, we do want a bit of stone. Maybe 50. Yeah. We don't want any copper. Cool. We do want landfill, and we're not making landfill. So we can just make some landfill. Because why the hell not? I think we'll just keep making and making it, to be fair. No, we'll limit it to 2 lines of landfill. Good afternoon, Deranged. Welcome. I'm used to putting my arms back and hitting the green screen, but it's not there. It's a little bit unusual. I've moved it out of the way because it makes us a little bit crisper, and it means that juggling is a little less blurry, in theory. How are you this afternoon? I'm just experimenting. Plus, it does mean that I can come right back here, and I can do my juggling back here. So you've got better chance of seeing the balls because they only need to go that high, and they're out of vision, and that's not very high at all. Not too bad. Busy as hell with work. I cannot say I'm surprised, unfortunately. I'll just let the bots do it. Okay, I'm going to build a nice red circuit design. A clean one. My belly just went as if it was hungry. 5, 6, 7. 7. And it's 1, 2. No. Stop. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Four, 7, 8. That wouldn't be enough. Red circuits. And then it was, I think, 6 of these. 6. With that being copper. And that being in, that being out. Pop that like that. Those are copper wires. Let's connect those together. Then we have done something different, but never mind. Hang on. That wants to be... That wants to be a splitter, so that output priority is left. So that if this bottom bit does fill up, it can start to fill the top bit as well. These are green circuits, as are these. And that little marvel allows us to go with... I've run out of bloody red inserters. So it becomes circuits in, iron in. I think I need to set another logistics thing to be 40 but 50 maximum. Let's connect. Oh no, let's not connect it just yet. There's something not quite right here. It's these two. Oh, stretch. Yeah. I'm in a very stretchy mood today. Do-do-do. And there we go. Bada bing, bada boom. Plastic comes in. Iron comes in. Copper comes in. Let's power that up. Make sure it actually works. And then save it as a blueprint. See, this is why we power them up. Because I missed this entire bottom row. That'll be fine. Let's create a blueprint from that. That is 100 red circuits. Per minute. $100 red. Create blueprint. Which we're going to put into another book, maybe? For intermediates book. How does one get a new book again? There. Intermediates. And yes, that was my wrist, and that was my knuckles and fingers and bones and all manner of unpleasant stuff cracking. Okay, now that it has been blueprinted, we can place it properly. Wait a second. Oh. Half the copper is turned off. How the heckers did that happen? Well, let's at least get them building this. Also, this does appear to be kind of holding its own. There's a lack of purple, which is entirely caused by a lack of red. Which is caused by a lack of iron. Ah. My bad. I accidentally turned the iron train off. That was smart, wasn't it? Alright, I'm gonna go fix the copper though. Oh, my power's being attacked. No. I don't have the parts either. Oh, I do have the parts. They must have come from off screen, or even there. Power's doing okay though. And wow, we're up to over 5 hours already. Question, is there a method / design to how the steam engines are not lined up? Do you mean because of the up, down, up, down, up, down? Yeah, the reason for that is just so you can put the power poles between. And so you can actually get these front ones without using substations. The other option is to put it so that you've got 2 together, a gap of 1, 2 together, a gap of 1, 2 together, a gap of 1. Yeah, you did that 2 gap 2. Yeah. I think it's kind of personal preference. And then you went substation for the last lot. Yeah, that will do it. Nope, that is wrong. Or I could indeed do this the sensible way. There we go. That'll keep it fed. And full and buffered. Might have if I did that as well. Excelente. Ooh. Oh, I'm so stretch requiring today. I don't know why. Ooh. Uh. Yeah. Hydrate. Thank you, San. But yeah, San, I hope you do get that job, the real estate job that you just got a message about. Or at least I hope you apply for it. Yeah, I'm going to let the steel build up. Applied for another one as well. Nice. Nice. It's also nice to know that this full belt is being used. Albeit, I might need to feed more into it. So, we're gonna bring it across and feed it in directly. Ha! Work it, robot, you're too slow. Suffer the consequences. Of being slow for your master. Oh, nuts. Yep, I deserved that. Well, there we go. That should at least help a bit with the iron supply. I don't know what's going on with the mixing of the belts there. Something is happening. Something bizarre. Okay, well, this bit was finished. I guess let's see if we can get enough copper into it. And yes, this is a spaghetti mess. Just until we build the main base. Whatever, that'll be fine. We are at least producing additional red circuits now. So we should soon be up to 207 a minute. Oh, cool. there it goes. What? Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. I forgot to reconnect the coal line. So here is an idea. Let's take a full line of coal up to feed the boilers. Do you know what? I'm going to reconfigure it. Come on, get out of here. Shoo. Right, where does it need to get to? It needs to get over there, so I don't even know why I'm going that way around. Well, I mean, I kind of do, but... Let's go disconnect this slot. Ta-da! And now we will have power again. And plenty of it. Enough of it. Should probably tear these down, shouldn't I? Yeah, probably should. Oh well. Yellow to red. Yellow to red. I know I don't really necessarily need to do this, but I want to. You know? I'm not really belt weaving, so it doesn't really matter. Gives the robots something to do. Hello there, Slice! How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Gonna have some chocolate. Oh dear. We seem to have a plastic issue. And it's not due to a lack of oil. It's due to a lack of production. Boom, boom, boom. Say way-o, way-o. Cool. Aha. Let's make use of the fact that the coal is going there as well.
Yo, what's going on?
Oh, we're not making chemical plants, are we? Let's change that. Steel plate, iron gear wheels, and electronic circuits and pipes. It's unfortunate that the steel is down there. Okay, well. What do we need? Steel plate, iron gear wheel, electronic circuits, and pipes. Also, this seems to be working. I will let that rebalance.
Yo, what's going on?
Pipe, iron gear wheel, steel, and you just need green circuits. How do you get your base so well organised? Hello there, Beerman7695. You try to organise your main bus, but then over time it isn't. Are you kidding me? This is not organised. We have smelting columns that aren't even doing anything because we're passing the fresh iron just straight along the same one. Tear it down piece by piece. Well, yeah, that's an option. Make it modular. Oh yes, that's a good point. I haven't even finished that. This isn't neat. This is a nightmare. I don't even have a main bus. That's how much of a mess mine is. Oh, I've just realised. Stop. That should be fine. Hello there, Blue Pikachu. It's a neat mare. I like it. You've been playing on a factory and I haven't found any oil for miles. You're looking for your first patch of oil. What should you do? How far have you looked? Are you just on a default map as well? Because if you're on a default map, it should be pretty close. I mean, I've got some here. And bear in mind, I'm on Rail World, and I've got a tiny patch here, somewhere. There, 31%, and 23%. And then another patch up here that's slightly better. You should be alright. It should be there. Yeah, send a screenshot on Discord, see if someone else can spot it. Make sure you've got your pollution turned off, so that we can actually see through it. Might as well go productivity. Oh, that's right. That's what I was setting up. Iron. New. So we would only need steel. As you see, my base is not neat. Oh. I do things like this. Oh, I thought that reached. I guess not. Okay, we now have chemical plants. Let's change the radio, shall we? Let's go for... upbeat. Huh. They've just updated Factorio as of 12 minutes ago. Also, I would put that in the Factorio thing in future. Oh, you're probably going to need to go much further out than that to get oil. What you could try and do is get the seed, the beta version. But yeah, what you could try to do for that, Loopy Pikachu, is load the seed and the map exchange string into a new map and use the preview to kind of get a cheaty, sneaky radar scan of a wider area, and you might be able to spot it there. But yeah, if it's Factorio, put it in Factorio stuff in future. You won't have known that because you're new, but just for future reference. But welcome to the channel. Welcome to the Discord. I have 3 inputs. But I need to... oh, I've got 4. I was excited then because I thought I might be able to get to build a new 3x3, 3-3 balancer. 3-1 balancer, sorry. Stream died frozen. You might have pressed... oh no, it's just back. Okay. I was going to say you might have just pressed pause by accident. I've done that before. It's the beta version, or the beta version, whatever you want to call it. What am I doing? Let's do that. Far easier. Although we don't actually need the 4-4, do we? No, we need the 4-1. We can have a look at making a 4-1. It looked. I imagine it'd probably be fairly straightforward. Let's do a quick little test. So, we've got red. We have green, blue, yellow. Split, split. We have red, green, blue, yellow. No, no. Red, green, blue, yellow. It's just that. To actually mix them. I don't know about making it balanced, but in terms of which it takes first, or how much it takes. But it is as simple as I thought. For now. Just for a basic balancer. Well, that's disappointing. Let's get rid of the cliffs. I should have gone a while ago. Release the bots. There we go. Well, something tells me that didn't exactly take evenly. Okay, red circuits are on the move again. Where a red circuit actually got past. Great Scott. I think we can build another one of these things, to be fair. That's what I wanted to do. Let's expand the build range as well. Whilst we're out here. That feels good. Just need the plastic, which is going to be a pain. Because it isn't going to quite reach. Do that. With it. There we go. And lo, we are making red circuits. That should take us up to 300 red circuits a minute, which is not bad for me. Three hundred red circuits a minute. Which means I can expand my science production. And see what happens. deconstruct these rails. Get rid of the cliffs. Should provide us with more research packs. Gradually. We now produce 30 a minute. Maybe I need to take the productivity modules out. Oh, we're being attacked over by the coal. Interesting. Oh. Very short, sharp shot. Right, I wonder where that came from. Must have come from up there somewhere. Do I still have a train? Yes. A locomotive. Nyum. Let's go take out some bases to the north. Reverse. Gosh darn it. Should be it. Yep. Kill the one over there as well. Did use up most of my rockets, but still got plenty left. Go, robots, go, please. Place track. Be quicker. Do the thing. Do the thing you do. Build. Build me my rails of iron. So that I may slaughter. Ouch, they hurt. That spit actually really hurts. I'm using the wrong set of things. You know, I can't be bothered. Going on. Oh, it's every 20 minutes? What? Well, respawn. Didn't realise it was every 20 minutes. Needed my military tab open, but I just didn't think. What do I need? One of them. One of them. Some 200 ammunition will do. Let's get these rockets. Ah, we don't have one of them. I would like a rocket launch, please. So I just need some of this, some of this. I'll make my own. Brouhaha. Something tells me I might not actually be able to pick everything up that it's bringing me, so I will actually turn that back off. Ooh. I would like a locomotive. Nope, never mind. Guess we're running. That's going to take a while. I'm going to grab one of the other trains. One of the other engines. And then I need to get to that other rail branch. Whee! Oh, wrong view. Go. Because I can't be bothered holding the button. The little engines that could. Gosh, that spit hurts. Uh-oh. Oh, well, I got my body back. Mostly. Let's take that all out. Okay, that's them dealt with. What can you use 20,000 solid fuel on? You can turn it into rocket fuel. You can just burn it in the steam engines, in the furnaces. You can use it in your smelting column if you have if you can just kind of hook it up. Oh, that's right. I can't fit it all, can I? I actually need a cargo wagon. But yeah, you can turn it into solid fuel. You can turn it into you can just burn it in your steam engines. Rocket fuel, sorry, not solid fuel. Yeah, just use it instead of coal for most recipes. For most fuel use items, use it in your engines. Well, we've just done 6 hours. Well, just over 6 hours now. Let's get rid of some plastic bars. Destroy those cliffs. You have nuclear power. What are you using for smelting? Are you using electric furnaces? Yep. Put it in your engines. You can use it in your trains. Get rid of some of that. Yeah, in fact, let's just get rid of all yellow belt. You don't have trains, you don't know how they work. Ah. Well, that might mean that you don't use them. Use the fuel then. Turn it into rocket fuel, send loads of rockets up. Oh yeah, turn it into rocket fuel, turn it into nuclear rocket fuel. But he hasn't got any trains. Logistics. Let's just head back over here, shall we? Use it to power burner inserters. One should last about the rest of the game. Yeah. Do you know, I think because we did start quite a bit earlier, I might end a little bit earlier. So we started an hour and a half early. Ish. I think we're going to end now, get some tea, and then be back on with Deep Rock Galactic in, well, at 7 PM GMT, unless something changes, or if it turns out nobody actually wants to play it. I don't think I would play it by myself. It's very much a with other people kind of game, by the looks of things. So I will play Deep Rock Galactic if I can get other people to play, or I will just play some RimWorld tonight. That's the way we're going to go with it. So yeah, keep an eye on the Discord. Just so you can keep track of what we're going to be doing. We're a pretty polluting base. I mean, look at our setup. It's pretty poor, isn't it? But at least we've got a massive block laid out. Just think how much smelting will fit in there, considering that's how big our smelting is at the minute, and we're not even using that last one. That might be able to do all of the smelting for all of the game, because that is going to be there or something. But it looks pretty on the map, doesn't it? Oh, that hasn't worked there, has it? Oh well. Oh well. So I'm going to say thank you very much for watching. I'm going to save that right there. And I'm going to switch to this and say thank you very much for watching. I've just realised this thanks for watching has been cut off because we're not using the green screen anymore. That would sit nicely above my head, but oh well. Depending on how resource intensive Deep Rock Galactic is, I might have to keep the green screen off for it. If it's not too bad and I find that it can actually encode it alright, I will turn the green screen on for tonight. But as a general thing, what did people think about having this as the camera? Because I'm thinking I actually quite like it like this. You prefer the other because of the lighting, as in you prefer the green screen. That could be a matter of changing not the green screen. Wait, so which one do you prefer? The green screen or the non-green screen? Because I've just done that. How is that? In fact, that's quite juddery, isn't it? Well, the lighting is weird because my window is there. And actually, yeah, turning that off really did make a difference to the speed of the encoding, the quality of it. Let's do some things, see if we can figure out the lighting. Come on, refocus. There we go. So we think having that is better. Is the brightness and everything else all right? I wonder if it's a codec issue. It could well be a codec issue. So what do we think? Are we all right with this lighting? Because if so, I'll use this tonight. It'll give my computer a bit more processing ability. Seems quite stable. Brightness good. Good. In which case we might start to transition over to a non-green screen stream. Despite the fact we've been using a green screen for more than a year, let's give this a try, because if this actually improves the quality, win. Okay, so I'm going to say thank you very much for joining. Deep Rock Galactic tonight, unless I can't get enough people. If you are interested and you want to take part, just message on the Community Games channel, just so I know you're interested. At the minute there's just me that I know of that is confirmed. So yeah. Otherwise, I am going to go ahead and play RimWorld if I don't get enough people. You missed that due to buffering. Ah, right. Tonight is going to be Deep Rock Galactic, the game, and provided I can get enough people who are wanting to play it. Oh shit, you don't have it. Ah, no. If you are interested in playing it, do let me know in the Discord. If we don't have enough people playing it, I will just do RimWorld and try and organise it for another day. But yes. We're going to go raid. I think we're going to go raid Zelly the Exile. I think we'll go raid today. I haven't raided her in a while, I think. So stick around. And we need a message. Okay. We need a message for when we actually go raid people, because we do raid people quite a lot, and we don't have one. So we just don't really say much. Or how about you are totally being raided. bit of an odd one, that one, actually. People might not get it. Zatty tits. Turtles are coming. Game over, man. Game over. I like it. Okay, we'll go with game over, man. Game over. Using channel points to get the emote for the raid. Game over, man. Game over. So, use channel points, get that, or get that raid message, and we'll go ahead and raid Zelly the Exile. I want to see some chats with that, so that I know at least someone has done it, so I'm not a complete fool. Game over, man. Game over. Yes, we have at least one. Thank you, S-Dog. I'm not alone. So, let's go ahead and start the raid. Thank you very much for joining. Make sure we shout game over, man. Game over. And see you tonight or in the next one. See you later.